I really hate. I really don't like how the YouTube end is like, oh, you must hit this thing after you connect for the thing to actually go live. For Twitch, I just hit start streaming and it starts streaming. It's so much easier. Anyway, let's get these back on the proper things on my other screen. Yes, I am here, which I assume is what people were hoping to see. The boss was nerfed for story mode, but TBH, you probably need it. Yeah. I don't have a fully leveled team. And I don't care. Unlike some people, I don't care for really hard content when I'm not at the end game of something. So if I was going against something that was extremely hard with a team that I can't really make any better, I would be extremely frustrated. Felt it was too hard for story mode. I'm leaving your heart is like a great river, so kind of rushes onward. It flows, but it doesn't flood. I only one tried it from doing a Hail Mary all-in on his first skill to hope I'd kill him. What options do I have? People left with the current strongest team, but that's from me not reading properly. What? Did you not go over all of his skills and how they interact? It was literally just one passive. I understood how it works. Hit, inflict one cold against attacker once per skill. Need protection. If the team has low morale, have the amount of protection gains. He's designed to kill the current strongest meta team is all. I see. Panic is not getting protection. This unit takes damage, it brings their HP down to 0. Nullify that damage, and this unit is healed back to 100% HP and SP and gains a new pattern. 175 damage. Oh no, that's not even, that wasn't even new in Arknights. You already had that with Patriot. You had to kill Patriot, and after you took Patriot down, he would drop and slowly regenerate his health. And once his health hit full, he swapped from being having like 75% damage down to doing insane damage and murdering your just murdering your units at range. So having something like that is just, that's like, yeah, that's just normal at that point. I think Patriot was the first boss that may have been the first boss that did something like that. Cold, Clash Power, Misery and Calamity, no idea. Does not change an applicable effect that changes panic type. 0. Last event boss I went in blind on had 3 lives for it even form changed. Then you finally killed it on the 4th go. Just how are you not dead? Yeah, that's how games eventually get. Match with that just fine. Mm. Yeah, you go into that. Good. Speed, through stack after skill and take 20 gloom damage and 20 SP. Next turn. Contact once that expires. Okay. Resistance has changed to normal. Anything else I need to care about? All your coins are locked. That's my clashing authority.
순식간에 끝내죠.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Ow. You're at 2. You're at 2. I want to try to get him down to minimum SP to see what happens when he panics. If he panics. Panic at the moment he doesn't have protection this turn, so I can do full. Well, I can't do full damage because if I don't defend with people, they're gonna get the 3 stack, and I don't think I want them to get 3 stacks. Yes, thank you. I'm capable of reading. What am you going into? Just want you to clash that. Right. For reference, the current main meta team is almost entirely power counters for defense skills. So good luck avoiding the freeze. I actually could just leave that as is. Have Dawn go into something else. Be clashing with. See how this goes. Really, they cannot stop hitting him. So they keep giving each other more attacks, so they stack freeze even faster. Sinner's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold, cold loneliness rides his fellow. Insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. I have no idea. Yeah. First one. Five. 12. 5, 20. You should do fine. There you go. Our determination is sinners. In the moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Tiberia's flame illuminates her path. And like the night, we're not alone, so we do not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Remove Frozen from all allies.
자, 봤지? 난 믿어주면 배신하지 않아.
Well, that's convenient. Oh, and he's... okay.
순식간에 끝내줘.
Slay the ocean, slay the ocean. Unclashable. Feel his natural cold. Thinking. Out. Target is frozen, heal 20 HP. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well. You're only at 1. I don't recall hitting your block this turn.
정화.
I guess she took damage first, so she went from 1 stack to 3. Oh well. The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance races skyward. Knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon towards the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. Need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. But a stop to the knight's charge. Rhodia again. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Sinner Rhodia jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. slay the ocean skill becomes clashable.
자, 봤지? 난 믿어주면 배신하지 않아.
Dense shadow pools under the lone night. The surface of teeming flesh, sliding against flesh, can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knights? They must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. Waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the Great Will, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. A pitch and powerful cry resonates. Interesting. You apparently have the best chance. Nope. Click the question mark, it will show why someone has the results they have. Well, a little late for that. The time I didn't want to get heads on these coins. The non-county jumps the knight's path and pays the price dearly. The knight rides against the waves. Okay, that's ironic. The knight rides against the waves and reaches land. The land home, the grains that never sprouted, his path is twinkling, no, unfathomably tall. In that path there remains but a legend of a bygone era. He will never be bound, no matter how many times the waves crash onto him. Struggle passive deactivated. Light one cold on Don Quixote.
이제 본인이 믿지 않아지는가? 전부 본인의
Well, this doesn't happen anymore. So I can probably start ignoring the guard skill, because it's on use. He gets haste no matter what. But I don't really need to care about lowering his SP anymore if struggle is deactivated. Well, looks like you're gonna have a bad time next turn.
지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
Names of the skills: See the Ocean, Lance, Tidebreaker Lance, and the Indomitable Knight. Read the names of the passives: The Rogue Waves, Struggle, Fate's Favored Child, Overlook of All Life, Adversary of the Tides, Rage Against the Waves, Galloping Rocinante. Is that how you say that? The Knight's Delusion, Fixed Panic, and Panic Recovery. No, I don't want to do that. If I do that, I wonder if... Because he's not hitting her, if she won't counter. You should be guarding as well. You can't do anything. On can attack this turn. 7 plus 6. Damn, that's a hard clash. Ah, you're negative.
고회는 나중에.
Some resources for that. Your resources as well. You will absolutely crash out. Yeah, could do this. It's 3.
조심 1번. 일단 맹세.
Okay. I thought the point was that was supposed to be clashable now. And it said regardless of speed. So I don't know why he just got to do it with no... whatever. Hello, Murakami Nema. Sorry, I'm getting to you late. I'm very focused on this fight. I guess she just lost the clash, but I didn't see any coins flipped, so I was confused. Hello, humbled uncle. Yeah, I got put into a pretty bad situation where I was like, I only have one ego option for trying to clash that, and it just didn't work. And then he was like, okay, I'm just gonna hit your whole damn team now. I don't have fluid sac on you at the moment because I'm trying to farm the currency. That's not great. What's going into him? Probably take one.
정화.
So I've heard. You're doing this again. At least it's not as hard to clash. Who can't clash you, though? I don't have resources for that one. Should be fine. His damage is garbage against non-pros and sinners. Yeah, and nobody was. Nobody even had cold there, so. Well, you saw Faust get hit with 2 attacks there, and it didn't. She was like here, and you only got her down to there with 2 full hits, with 2 full attacks into her.
나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
I'm not sure if I want to do her. Tear sharpened, tear sharpened. Not sure if I want to do that. 3 stacks. Oh, she's not in negative Daddy at the moment. But she's using the Knight's Faith, not the other one. Oh. Fine. What do I want to clash with that? Probably done. Actually, no, I want that. Let them go unopposed.
쓸모가 있으려면 사람과 정의.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
さんならきっとできます。
I'm probably fine.
皆さんのことを信じています。
Especially since he's not AoEing my whole team again. His turn. He only comes back once, right? Yeah, once per encounter. Oh. Against Sinclair. Not going into. None of them are going into you. Should probably just kill him.
Mission accomplished.
I'm out of rounds. The lap's almost out too. Rolling him back for now, but he won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to rack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... From the dark, light shines again. Reach out toward it and see, unlike in the earlier phenomenon, which focused entirely on and powerfully on Scatty, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place is filled to the brim with things like Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, and an arena in which you test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all of that glory in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are, with a slight squint, focusing on reading the newspaper. Man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall, and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, or ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no. He's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory. Someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. A sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge. Split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager bud. Let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 빗바래지 않은 순간
The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. Finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean horizon. Maris has completed the repairs. Oh! Light returneth to its house once more. Silence all! Maris is saying something. Like Otis said, Maris is speaking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea, moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed, the radio Dr. Cal said immediately. Phew. It's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. Oh. Ooh. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed, before asking in an energetic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Roche Dante. Wait, she can communicate with him? Yeah, I noticed that when Oren was like, "Hey, read through the passives." I'm like, "Isn't that the name of Don Quixote's steed, so to speak?" I'm pretty sure it's her fucking shoes and the ego. Ooh, it is quite the coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rochicante. One who is not a comrade, they are. The steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed. It hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse, though? Be sure. It was not the waves. The waves are darker. I don't know how to say that word. I've only ever read this word. I've never heard anyone say it. Rocious? Mm-hmm. Raucous? Yeah, I wouldn't have ever guessed that from the way it's spelled. Mm-hmm. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here, then. Good night, I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Prithee, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. The knight and his steed, Rochicante, stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful seaborns lurk at sea. Are you alright, donkey? That seems kind of a rude nickname for her. Even if she is stupid. Dawn-to-dawn communication. You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Mine apologies. While Don Quixote returned, while Don Quixote returned, the night with that bizarre... Returned the night with that bizarre conversation. I don't understand the grammar there. Amir raised her voice happily as though she just received good news. What? Dr. Galcid, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Messas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor is an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Galcid told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scatty and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Okay, listen to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. And I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball. Perfect timing! It's time for ads. Be back in a little bit.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
I am back. Also hearing the music. I meant to replace that with the Metroid Dread version of Lower Brinstar, but oh well, that's something to remember for later. Also, I was on that node for an hour. Jeez. Rhodes Island. Back to enemies that I don't have to think too hard about.
제가 앞에서
Battle. Oop. Skip that. This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. Oh yes, concept introduced. Yeah, you can deploy backup centers beyond the selected amount to get called in frontliners to retreat. I already know that from Mirror Dungeon. I just didn't select them because I didn't feel like it. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. Hello, my fellow faceless protagonists. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Yi Sang, Faust, or Hohenheim from LCE. Oh, you're a spoiler, thanks. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. The ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay. Thanks for accompanying Emiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Emiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Emiya. Sorry, Manager Bud can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic music communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know. Something about the way Mersalt put it sounds worse. Normally I would sit there and do his serious, but without the amount of text, I was like, no, he is speaking fast. I don't care. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task, only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps. Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel Massas, and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the Deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. And the elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Emiya and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, Calcit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designed locations. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. Observe several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we are working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It's true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long, and straight, so you deploy Ifrit. Makes sense to me. How about here? You're sure not overly focusing your forces to a single checkpoint? Let's see, but on closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Outos is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what they're talking about, if I'm being honest. They're literally talking about... They're literally looking at the deploy map for the stage. He's over here like, that's not how my game works. I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I just hit win rate and go. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Yes, I just explained that. Thank you. Win rate is actually Orlac accurate. Same with how stupid it is in Focus Fight. It's described as letting the sinners just do whatever. See, I was joking, but... okay. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Considering my situation, it feels a bit like you're breaking the fourth wall there, Faust. Yeah, Project Moon insists that every mechanic must have a lore explanation, so Winry is literally, alright, I'm taking a break, do whatever. Do whatever you think wins the fight. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. Also, no offense to the Arknights team, Irene looks so much better in this art style. Like it is wild how much better she looks in this art style. LCD news, important reminder, the maintenance starts at not the usual time around weekly reset. That means you will not have a gap to collect your weekly bonuses before the event ends. Plan accordingly and make sure to use up any remaining tickets you intend to use for the event before then. I'm intending to finish tomorrow at the latest. Like I said at the start of the stream, if I have to, I will do an extra stream tomorrow after the Pathfinder game. Like I'm intending to be completely done with this before Wednesday rolls in. But I don't think it'll take that long. I'm pretty sure the hour-long node was just the one node. I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Having finished your discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Outos returned wearing a grim look. Huh? There's something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really? That good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable. Good enough for me. If your strategizing's done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mares? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. It's still wild how tattered her clothing are. How tattered her clothes are still compared to everyone else. Like nobody had something nicer to give her. She's stuck in this torn up sailor shirt. The doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Gramps, is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. Might just be her preference. Maybe? But also, you know, the tattered, old, patched up clothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mares behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and seafarers, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you then, how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we do not now. Huh. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. See, that's the thing about fanatics. They vehemently believe these things. Mate, we know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstandings will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. It's literally ID cards that Dante's like... Dante sorts through the IDs, the various versions of the IDs he's got. Who do I use? Which ID do I use for this fight? I don't know why this is so funny to me, but it is. The doctors seem to have finished their preparations as well, as they and Emiya stood opposite Fabius. Incoming! Get ready, everyone! Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. The strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rhodes Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. Yeah, our style where we abuse the sinners if they have negative sanity egos to make them crash out. And just let them die if it's inconvenient, because you can bring them back. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is... trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out.
오늘도 정의로운 날이 될 수 있도록
I
힘내자.
don't like those ones.
함께 아르카나 B.
Ignore you. I really hate it when she pulls the prides on turn 1, because I always make her do her guard on turn 1. Hand of the Saint. How do you have Hand of the Saint on the ship? Whatever. Yeah. Fine. You decided to go into what? Right, you won't. Should want you to go into that.
정의 이름으로 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나이를 뒤흔들었어. 이러면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
그 오물을 떼어내주지. 다 죽어라.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
Still guarding. Should be good.
순식간에 끝내줘. 지키기 위해서. 자. 자.
I want you to actually clash. That instead. Sure. Who am I missing? You.
정화.
Pardon me.
사랑으로. 있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
Sure. That's your marked target anyways, so that works out. These are all pretty much the same otherwise. Be enough. Sure, that works. No, I can't force you to clash with that, so... something like that.
날카롭고 정확하게.
아르카나 빛! 차!
내게서
무슨 일이야? 너희 표정이 어두운데 설마 싸우고 그런 건 아니지? 안 돼. 친구끼리 싸우면
8 plus 4. Three coins. What are these passives? Paint. Mercy brand. Well, don't have any really good attacks, so you can hit the hand of the Saint this turn. It only needs to win one flip to match. Not very good. Why not?
불길 속으로.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
내 아르카나 슬레이브 정도의 수준인걸? 한 번에 앞당기를 휩쓰는 공격은 역시 필살기에 걸맞지?
지킬 게
멋졌어.
많거든.
나도 저럴 땐 멋져 보이려나?
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 아니야.
That.
그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 만만찮게
Sure, why not?
난리니 가지.
차라리
있잖아. 사실
Hello, Wave 2.
마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든.
What do you do again?
괜찮다면 혹시
Yeah,
우리를 도와서
stack. Spinner.
아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
Going allies. That's what's up 7-2. Velocity runner leaves the battlefield. Velocity brand exists in the stage. Apply to attack our velocity. Panic. Experiment. Kept blade.
나중에 이야기할까? 지금은 기분이 좀 그렇네.
만만찮겠군! 언니, 하지! 야! 아르카나 세이버! 있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
정의 이름으로 있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서... 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
Have I been muted the whole time? I did for like a second to cough. I guess I didn't click the unmute properly. I've just been talking to myself about just been talking to myself about my thoughts while I do all this. That again. Gripped. Pardon me. Should work.
불길 속으로.
안개서 다 보냈고.
저대로 두면 아르크나들에게 당할 거야. 동료라면 어서 저 친구를 보살펴줘.
He really is an annoying bastard, isn't he? Again. Where are you going into? Dawn must clash with you. Three. -31. Couldn't I drew my hue? Yeah.
날 정확하게. 보냈고. 지키기 위해서.
분명하네. 압도적인 사랑의 힘으로 아르카나들은 전부 정화될 거야. 역시 내가 엄청 도움이 됐지?
There's staggered. Doesn't matter which one I throw you into. I need to must clash that. Let's clash that. To do.
1번.
That's annoying.
방금 공간이 뒤흔들리고 사랑으로 그 공격을 맞았구나. 아니야. 다시 힘내서 가보자.
That's more annoying. But at least he is staggered this turn. She's down. Sure, whatever.
만만치 않겠군. 아니, 하지.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
당신의 죄는 일단 말할 수 없어. 하나님께서 명하신
완전히
또 먹혀버렸어. 이렇게 노력하고 있는데 왜 항상 이렇게 되어버리는 거야?
Not important. Yeah, she just doesn't care. Whatever. Even. Throw you on there. Something like that, I don't know.
이거 뻥이야? 그래, 분명해. 악당들도 생각지 못한 상황일 거야. 기회는 지금! 만만치 않겠군! 당연히 하지!
차라리
이 정도쯤이야? 있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 만만치 않겠군. 아니, 하지.
지킬 게 많거든.
선택의
지킬 게
순간이
많거든.
필요하니까. 자, 악당 퇴치 성공.
He is really annoying,
활약이었어.
Fabius.
내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야.
You're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners in Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Or left to run, Fabius. I understand you can't help but continue to thrash and struggle to live, even knowing that there is no hope. Running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Baby didn't run to live. The voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mares? Mares appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabius slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. What a shame. Thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you'd still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. Will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. Fabius blared out, threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayor's true allegiance. Eats people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. Of course you'd say that, Ryoshu. I heard it's a pretty common thing in the District 23 back streets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Doctor, weaker Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experiences and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. Time is here. Devour me. Set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fabi. I still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I'll gain a new power from there, and then become a Seaborn, so now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop. Don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Maris waves her hand, and sea terrorists climb up the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Fabius? Might be Fabius. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked exhilarated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. He turned away from the scene, and that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mares. Calcit, as she... Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did young Mares? It wasn't Fabius. Mares was the Bishop of the Deep.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까
Unfortunately, ads are about to start, so break time. I'll be back after they are done.
다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Hello. Ah. What to see? There we go. Okay, back to it. Light of the City. Seems this one is just a story. They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey, Aegir. Aegir? I've never said that one on either. So what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. Her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Ante wants to know why you're sorry. Huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mares. Now you're gonna... Boy, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us to your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today, right here and now. Understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? I was taken aback by the fact that Maris was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Maris had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Maris has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done as that terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius, anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback, too, when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy. Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, cool. So you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. Still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So, I'm bringing the Seaborns with me to the city. Yeah, that's gonna help them all right. Oh, ow, my side. Oh, I laughed too hard. Ooh, okay, I'm good. Don't tell me, you're going to invade the city along those monsters, then? Then the fog horde suddenly blared, and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel masses began to move. Is this an automated sailing program? Vessel Massus will now sail towards the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us to not worry? Faust. Please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? Not like they don't have more fucked up shit there already. The battles thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose. However, I doubt they'll get very far even if they were to enter the city. Don't you agree? In Hongyuan, we have all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The head will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for repercussions in case they decide to hold Limbus Company responsible once the dust settles. Yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban Nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city level threat. There's a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Imperitas Civitas classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Calcit shook her head resolutely. No, your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither Originium art nor any of its derived technology. And that's precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learn fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborn stubbornly stick to use traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whatever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? We take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convinced, there would be other parties with alternate perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly grow out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying. Yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about? Become Seaborns? She ain't all there either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, you know that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different. Because someone showered the city with the light. The light? The beam of light from the White Nights and Dark Days incident. How do you... Could it be? Becoming a Seaborn has become a part of a great will called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. That's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. The light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them towards that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own to remain uniquely themselves. And why is it that you advocate toward those of the city to join the Seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. My adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are. It's reading that as precious first. And how would you, when you were born into that kind of world from the very start? A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life and their absolute unconditional selflessness. Your entire fucking world is too sad and I feel the need to do charity work. Yeah, that's about right. At the end of the day, that still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Dismayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. A little bit of commentary on how things are in real life there. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected, but what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small, incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a brighter future. What about everyone who sacrificed while you're taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. Hello, your typical gamer. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased, they're so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every ager returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them eaters. Even when apathy is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. Not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress toward a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. A strange shape form shimmers and materializes before Mayors. Couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and it looked like a tool. Is it possible that she had already met the conditions to fluoresce? The possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts, but what's happening in front of Miss Mayors? Their proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potency of influences coming over from the city. Precisely. The connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, I mean mayors, manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commonality among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive of this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors, drawing your own picture of an idealized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to building a path towards that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece is missing to really achieve what I want. Hello there, City Satan. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Isn't that terrifying? This hope can just disappear in a blink? Who's she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. Just hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It's said that those phenomena are often accompanied by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would oft behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No. There's more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Failing at English today. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth. Ephemeral it may be. Need to keep her away from Priestess at all costs. Right, we have to be about more than just prolonging our existences. What really matters isn't survival, what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'll be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayors. Everyone has their own wishes. They can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know that better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how can you lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operators to positions. Operator's unable to approach. He's surrounded by a strange field, Doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here, too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, You don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Where more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. Can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes. Follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in becomes completely worthless. Mares, the yearning flotsam. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, they can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mayor slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action of you and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future. Whoa! Please don't flashbang me. Incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. Portal? Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Fathoms. Gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB department's specialty begins. While what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calcit. Only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island, accept Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Fathoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scotty here. We'll be staying behind then. Emiya will go with you, Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Pilgrimage of Compassion. Press the dungeon boss.
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도.
News of the war is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have begun getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many, people around me began to leave for the surface. I consider some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. dealt a heavy blow to Eager, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? Eager fashion is so drippy. I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. But it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procure myself an Aegirian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied my and Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we'd trust you? They confiscated my catalysts and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side: Rebellion de la Massas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the Sea Terror's rapid evolution, to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Nethersea brand. But my work bore barely any fruit. And I let the days slip by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Aegir one by one. My Sea Terror samples and research notes came into view. They all look completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. For the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Their tales were not entirely fabrications. Mayers is the bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that Seaborns may not be evil. But it doesn't matter what they are, whether they're kindly life forms, or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter. Because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy. Threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you, are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? How do you say that it's a good thing for us to toss our problem into another world? That would be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission as an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that, either. You can wrap it up in a box that says compassion for all you want, but, Mayors, your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayers mutters as with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terrors crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? You speak. You will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So, in the meantime, can you take down Mayers and deal with the remaining sea terrors? Absolutely. Manager has responded affirmatively. All operators, we will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down, we just need to act as a wall between the Wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well, as for Amiya. Please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, then, let the mission begin. Battle.
움직이는 목인 자. 재밌겠군.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Probably focused battle. And I think so.
순식간에 끝내죠. 똑바로 서라. 남은 명만 환영한다.
엘리트 오페레이터の身の腕前です。
This will go damage since most of them are staggered.
지키라 망령만도 못한 거.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
敵は深手を負っています。
Should do.
날카롭고 정확하게.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
効果的な攻撃でした。
알겠어. 너도 이거
정의 이름으로! とても効果的でした。 아군 이렇게 정화되었네. 味方が優勢です。今こそ
Staggers.
勝機をつかむはずです。
わ。
ひゃー！アルカナセイバー！
I always laugh a bit after that one. Just blasts herself.
Mission accomplished.
Oh, you don't get to do the whole dungeon. This is like doing the mirror dungeon where you have to pick one node going forward. You come across a cavern full of sunken ship remnants and golden treasures that have washed up inside. They're all kind of unfamiliar scriptures and twinkling golden coins. There's a whole pile of treasures here. Hey, the records say that this used to be a ship that sailed all across Terra. Must be a ship built for conquest, built during the golden age of Iberia. Look, it says here that this is the golden chalice made in Sargon. Combine an armada of tall, proud sails, unparalleled technological innovation, and a certain king's greed, and you get this. It's the kind of glory we can barely hope to retrieve now. These items would be extremely valuable outside, but none of them seem very helpful for the situation at hand. We continue to look just in case. Greed. So you said the successfully. This tells you why, but this just says what's already on the screen. It tells you when there's hidden modifiers. Some events have special. Okay. You're 11, 2 to 10. Scenario: she picked out a golden compass from inside a weathered bag. Like Dawn in the third dungeon gets a -99 to taking off her shoes for the path of fire. That's a good one. The inscription on the compass indicates that it is an artifact created during the era of great expeditions. How is this artifact still so intact? The place is only a bridge made of items pulled from the group's unconscious that are most appropriate for the fathoms. It may truly exist, but it may not be reality. Irene stares at the compass for a moment, tempted, before turning around, having accepted the fact that it probably isn't a real artifact. Ego gift, gold forged compass.
쓸데없는 것을 시키고 앉았군.
Using a plus coin skill, heal 5 SP. When using a minus coin skill, -5. Supported from this effect once per turn per identity. Max SP or 30 or less, gain power up and do protection. Hey, that's pretty good. We continue along the bottom path, because why not?
에고 침식도 양호. 아마도
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Another one of these. Hate these things. Oh, so this is unfocused. Fine. I guess spells should go into that.
이리로 와.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました 이 정도쯤이야?
강렬.
귀찮게 끌지
効果的
말지.
な攻撃でした このままいけば敵を食い止められます
Oh, 5 staggers. That.
불길 속으로.
갓. 벌써 부서졌나? 썩먹어.
자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
지키기 위해서 나도 누군가에게 부족했지만
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
Like that. On his head. That. And you can kill this one.
초식 1번.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
야! 아르카나 빛!
No, that was accurate when I said she could kill that one.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした敵は深手を負っています
that. Do that.
만만치 않겠군. 지키기 위해서 하지.
나도 미안해. 지킬 게 많거든.
당신의 죄는 이 땅에 벌할 수 없습니다. 하나님께서 명하신
타스 도박確認. 정의의 이름으로.
벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없고.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます.
One stagger on my side. Whatever. Three. What are your stacks at? One. Going into that. Something like that.
초식 1번.
다 죽어라. 귀찮게 끌지 말지.
지킬 게 많거든.
이 정도쯤이야? 자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
Mission accomplished.
Whatever this means.
나? 뭐 최선은 다해보겠다만.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が.
Just throw you at that. Instead, I could. Five. Not in there. With that first. Dawn takes that out.
불길 속으로.
앗!
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
한 놈. 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。ひゃーアルカナビ効果的な攻撃でした。
One staggered. Two staggered. Sandy is actually positive. Hmm. Who are you going after? Protea.
날카롭고 정확하게.
사랑으로. 이 정도쯤이야?
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
もっと効果的な方法が。
불개서 곁 차!
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Four of them are staggered, eh? Or kill that one. Alright. Gonna clash. Sure, why not?
날카롭고 정확하게.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
지키기 위해서.
자, このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
Three. You hit Hand of the Saint. One stack.
조심.
Like that.
1번. 이럴 수는.
One staggered. On my side as well. It's fine, I guess. Finally kill that one. Wouldn't mind. Okay. Should work.
날카롭고 정확하게. 지키기 힘든 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 한 번 보냈고. 알겠어. 벌써 부서졌나? 쓸모가 없군.
엘리트 오페레이터の腕前です
You just keep coming. Unfortunately, I don't want to put her on 3. Let's take that out for free. 5, 2 is 3. You're the one I want to clash.
순식간에 끝내줘.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
지킬 게 많거든. 똑바로 서라. 나무 인형만 못한 거.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
敵は
Oh,
までを
and they're finally running out. That'd be nice. Ew. Third.
정화.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
지키기 위해서. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
정의 이름으로.
앗.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
You're annoying. Oh well.
조심 1번. 지킬 게 많거든.
알겠어.
당신의 죄. 하나님께서 명하신
림버스 컴퍼니戦い方
Oh, that's up to 3. 5.
불길 속으로.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
That's pretty much what it's been.
敵は深手を負っています
Hey, I got a better ego for Sinclair. Oh fuck, I got a better ego for Sinclair.
불길 속으로.
That's why I've been trying to manage his vanity more. I didn't pay attention too much to it on that last turn. I was like, oh, he decided to corrode. The ocean wind blowing beneath white buildings. Someone stands with a lamplight and looks around, the bloom illuminating the piles of sea monster corpses. Given the clear similarities between his and Irene's outfit, he must be an Inquisitor too. What are civilians doing out here on the front lines? Ego gifts. For 16. Sure, you'll go for this one. The Inquisitor must have been leading you out of here. You seem quite new, Inquisitor, to keep up the good work. Before you go, would you please take this lamp to the Inquisition? Please tell them that there was an Inquisitor who walked through the mist, his trials, and eventually made his country his fate. The lamp is bright and warm. It must be what the Inquisitors of Iberia are fighting the ocean to keep lit. We take the small but weighty lamp and continue. With brilliant
이
lamplight.
정도는 쉽죠.
Earliest deployment order. Return the first tax skill to be used gains final power +3. If the tax skill is an ego skill, it gains final power +4 and deals +25 damage instead. In his nervous impairment stacks, he's seen after 4 stacks of it, but gains stack consume ×2 burn. Interesting. Center what appears to be an arc symbolizing the city. The center of that brilliant golden light must be Mayor's. Take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Mia might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like Calcit suggested. So you'd imagine, if ever comes back to it, you may trust me with the piggybacking. Wonder who's speaking there. I'm good. Us being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of utopia in the center of the light did something. Seaborns near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times we spent agonizing over this. Or can we really bring back Miss Mayers? We'll return. We'll help her return. That's all we're here to do, after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. Take a moment to collect ourselves, then move on. After taking enough rest, we continue on toward the refracted light. Revive all dead sinners and heal any surviving sinners to max HP. I totally played through the ads, didn't I? Oh well. The battle.
나? 뭐 최선은 다해보.
Mayor's despair, the repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of me as fathoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. The tides that Miss Mayers is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So, I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company refuse. It isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out into the darkness. Strange power courses through me before radiating towards the sinners. All sinners gain an emotional connection for the duration of this encounter.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
지금은 바빠요.
何か変化が
지금은 바빠요.
I guess enemies. Please don't let me read it on my own pace. Thank you. Consumed losing certain skills every time this effect is consumed. Heal has been itself by the amount consumed. So I can basically just use the event egos as much as I want in this fight. That's be costing a bit of ego cost, yes. Probably should have brought Gregor in for this. Well, if one of them goes down, he's the first. This is burst reinforcement. This is bleed. Oh, she does. That's kind of pointless. Bleed. More bleed. That's gonna click burn. Doom resist. Yeah, I can just use that for all the stacks of stuff. Fanatic, reburn. That. More Arcana for yourself. Or love hate. guess even more love-hate from that. Guaranteed 2 burn. Potential 3.
불길 속으로.
タンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맨날은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
히어! 아르카나 빛! 음차! 림버스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh, and now I have to apply damage up. Burn, bleed, tamar, rupture, sinking. She's in this 5 8 7 sea tears. Here in 3. Summon it. Reaper, times the terrors. Take fixed HP damage equal to the unit's max HP. Combat phase against a new pattern. Stables the opponent attacks a procession passive. Stagger can shield equal to the amount of HP lost. Double compassion. Very fragile. Plus effects to back. Less than 15. So double the number of times for this compassion they believe in loses its worth is used in this encounter. Max 6. Also another see Bran. Main power. And you see basing Reaper with this unit's skill from standby state to combat ready state. Also, the fact they don't put skills even in order either does not help the parsing of what the fuck shit does. Certainly doesn't. This deals 0 damage. Project Moon, you will learn to read. Do not resist. Yeah, that's about right. one going after? You interrupt.
만만치 않겠군. 본인이 하지. 너도 누군가에겐
敵に対
아껴졌겠지만
して大きな打撃を与えました。
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹렬한 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니. 꿰어라. 알겠어.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
이 정도쯤이야? 엘리트 오페레이터 並みの腕前です。
You're still doing fine. Right. This turn. I don't want to clash with that. Beat this too.
순식간에 끝내죠.
정의보다도 큰 자여, 사랑보다 붉은 자여, 운명 속에 파묻힌 그대 이름을 걸고 여기서 빛의 맹세한다. 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 존재들에게 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을! 아르카나 슬레이어!
つ学ばせていただきました。
You've aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your sub-race? You haven't aged a day. So, what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborns. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences. But survival alone not enough. I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Fabi, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborns, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them and set our eyes on their natures. Please, step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. There's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrendered to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborns, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe in them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change. There has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But there's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faro Morato my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborn's evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborns' blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved, we were to lose even our sense of selves and creed, assimilated into this stagnated great will. For the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborns were the answer to the problem Iberia, the land, and humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. I had already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding onto this precious hope and steeled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish and have them carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, that day when that faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is... What? The answer, sought through the eons of people I didn't recognize, played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? Hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they're going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep walking. Rival, worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I have no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mayors wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of Seaborns and the light. But still, the emotions, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners become my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well, either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners in our adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but... Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways. The path that lies ahead, the one that you've walked. Then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborn's sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light could do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning our nature as kind by transforming us into Seaborns, a convenient method like that isn't our path. Because a sense of self protected like that, the kind nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own. It'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's the path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days, despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Barely, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that path. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can't be the answer I've always sought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you were to introduce a sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a Seaborn-shaped distortion who is not a Seaborn, an endlessly anguished, contemplating distortion. If Mayors' wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. Recent example, Fabius. It seems clear to me that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayors. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again, in search of that new answer? You won't be alone on that path. Walk it together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayors, it's such a prideful thing to do.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
end. Okay, on the route turn. Reload turn end. She is not easy to clash with, is she? Need to hit that. Fastest unit. She's getting coin power +3 from the C effect. Okay. I got here, my entire board was struggling, hopeless, struggling. Oh, that does make sense. What I can do. What's yours? Four pride. It's immune to indirect attacks, AoE. Holy, stop rolling. I know. At hitting, I know I have to hit this with one person directly. I was just considering what egos I want to use this turn, if any. I already have Ishmael's up, so I'm just going to use hers. Yeah, I forgot about this one. Something like that.
정화. 한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹렬한 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
냄새 나라.
Yeah, absolute insane buff stack already. Pardon me. Clouds carry away the windows of Mayor's past, soon devouring them beyond vision. Thousands of Mayors in the dungeon of the Fathoms. No, the ocean itself is fusing into one. Majority of distortions encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic identity. However, there's nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desires. If a distortion is allowed to exasperate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. After taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines tumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling fathoms. Must be one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into your memories. Machines continued to whir loudly as though the waves broke them. Thought there were various apparatus attached to the sockets on their side. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellows who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. It says, little handy down here. Not gonna say it. This is an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saint the Inquisitor brought. Yeah. Then shall this fantastically wonderful machine be assistant in our battles? Rhodes Island already seem to have their hands full against the line against the tide of sea terrors. Should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sinners, we decided to take just one of the machines. Dagger. Temporary power boost. Don't really need the Nether Sea brand, because I can just punch the thing. Great. And preventing stagger is probably useful. Seven. 14. Not trying to click on Hand of the Saint, thank you. Oh, and all of her coins are locked. Means only the first coin is okay. Take a look at the skills, how they normally work. 4 + 4 and 3 + 4. Oh man, it's still best to throw him into that. Really helpful to be able to click to toggle off a buff or debuff in the display for a clash. That would be a really helpful tool, yes. You get all of the, you get the full amount of information. what you're actually working with.
날카롭고 정확하게.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
Among Lu's event, ego is more powerful if you spam the shit out of it specifically. Well, I can, apparently. So I might as well.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 내 말은 당신에게. 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
You're still doing fine. I don't want to clash with that. One 17. Its overdrive is worth using too. It's also really. Only when you have the resources, though. No. I'd have to... do that. That. You. Three. Seriously, it's probably more sustainable to use the Awakening given the lack of easy pride generation, but it's worth seeing once at least. Yeah. always worth seeing it at least once.
날카롭고 정확하게. 지키기 위해서 모든 순간에게 맡겨졌겠지만
If it even gets to him. Probably will.
숨결 하나에 푸르른 창공 허물어지니 하나된 장양이 만종을 울릴지어다.
Mission accomplished.
It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, Miss Mayers admired these two unknowns, Seaborns and the Light, thought they would be the solution to everything. That's why I wanted him to be the one to do the final blow. Understandable. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I'll remain here in Terra. Nope. I'll broaden my studies, and I'll talk more to find a new path forward, realizing my wish. After what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help, too. We'll help you in your search for that path, if we can. The great ark built from the city crumbles. 6-star operator when? Who knows? Light fades and gives way to shadows. We found ourselves back aboard the vessel Massus. Battle complete. Vessel Massus. It's slowing down. That's Miss Mayers. Here, unconscious. Mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Fathoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mayers now? Hello. Get the screen. Back to the right tab. Like that? There we go. First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. What if she's sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. Finally over. All we have left to do is go back. Yeah, there's no reason for her to not be an operator now, and now the annoyance at a lack of a collab in AK's direction. It is always kind of annoying when collabs only go one way. Especially between two active games. As we are preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier... Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis's head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. Kals is being extremely menacing there. Was she sentenced to death? Then we propose a different solution. Extremely calmly stated menace. Those two are running into the bridge. Please, grab onto something! Oh, bollocks, mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see, then they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert. Something's coming. Ship leaned... Oh! The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned port side, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a seaborne about the size of... no, slightly larger than the vessel Massas. An Arknights operator with ego would be pretty wild. Yeah. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Massas to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now, and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that seaborne's coming after us. Copy that. I'll focus on steering the ship, so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the seaborne as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across a dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wild to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order? It's coming after me. Scotty. You? Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. And so to prove it, the giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scotty's... Well, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scotty. Operators of Rhode Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the Dungeon of the Fathoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Amiya, who battled mayors in the meantime. To engage that seaborne in this particular circumstances... Oh? Something shakes the vessel Massas once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however. violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves toward vessel Massas. That's a sudden wall of mist there was. We're lucky. Or was it simply how it was supposed to go? Charmla. For a knight. 2 Seaborns. Going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. He's the same knight we fought earlier. I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at that giant of a sea monster. Like Hong Lu said, the knight charged straight at the giant, rough wave, at the great Seaborn, as though he hardly noticed our presence. We can help the knight repel that Seaborn. We just might have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel Massas ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Irene's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scotty leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. Bow, I guess. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions, as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both exited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? That's Calcit. Seems to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll all be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? You can stay a little longer and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Mia pointed toward the dimensional door, which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done? There's precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Mia. We'd have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian Sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merida, try not to drop it into Iberia next time, you got that? Do you have any idea how much paperwork I have to do now? Go land somewhere else next time. Sure, let's all stay nicely put in our own worlds. There better be a next time. Who knows? As the Great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Scotty and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel Massas, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door. Swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then... where is this Yihong Yuan? I look around to see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? Casual spoilers-ish. Bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come too, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? What? You just came through the dimensional door after Rhodes Island. Rhodes? You're transferred here after the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a Lobotomy Corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. Move, bitch, I need to clean. That's pretty much it. There was a hole in my memory, and this strange emotional tug at my heart, an ego I don't ever recall extracting. Oh no. Should kind of pretty avail me but 5 more minutes of scheduling wooden training dummies to wake you in 5 minutes. I hate collab amnesia, understandably necessary, but I still hate it. Yeah. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sudi? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. Well, that's another spoiler. Couldn't find Sudi, who'd been bringing us odd jobs here and there since our stay anywhere in Yuan. And then you've got the Rainbow Six Siege crew who are canonically still wandering around Terra, and everyone's totally aware of it. But on the desk, I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sudi. You've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge around till we got a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories, before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what exactly it was supposed to mean. You can't change what you see by standing still. You want to bring about a better world, then, even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking up the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. Sinners each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. Like they were just pulled out of a long dream.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그
And that
환상체
is everything.
이제 가오를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지. 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
And that is I am done for today. I have gone almost 20 minutes over time. That's it for now. I'm gonna do another stream tomorrow. Even though I was doing it to make sure I did this, I'm doing another one tomorrow anyways, because I didn't do them on Thursday or Friday last week. I'm not going to forget to do the shop. You don't need to remind me. I'm just stopping because I have to. I'll be back tomorrow, starting at the same time. Good night for now.